That's actually how I intended to play that passage. I didn't play that passage like that in my recording or in any of the performances of the 4 times that I did play this. So that'll be the 5th time I've played this piece, or just part of it. I'm saying this is the 4th time I've played it from start to end, ever. But listen to every recording how they play this part. I wanted it really clear, that's why I played it slow. But really, the way Liz sounds and the way he played, it should just like increase to an explosion down in the bass. And again, please show me a recording that does that now. You know, this is particular. This is also a piece I think Claudio Rao like really missed. His list for me is very hit and miss, and it completely depends on the nature of the piece if it suits his interpretational style. But you know, for example, he's got essentially like the slowest recording next to mine of the Mephisto Waltz, which is pretty much 14 minutes long for his recording, close to that. So it's very, very slow. But I like it. It's one of the best recordings, and that's why mine is so slow. And so that's what I'm saying. When I heard him play this piece, I was really disappointed to hear that he has, even in this recording, this video recording comes from his 80th birthday recital, which, by the way, the video that's online, it's my video, okay? Just again, like with videos that people have been copywriting from me from a long time ago. So I was the one that made that video and made it whatever. It's public domain, I guess. I mean, it's out of my hands. I don't do anything now. But what I'm saying is that video, the 80th birthday recital VHS, you know, it's a video of him. So what I'm saying, it's like there's no criticism or anything you can say about his age at when he recorded that, because, like, you know, he recorded the Transcendental Etudes at a really old age. You know, like, particularly, like, this is how he plays number 8. It's all soggy, you know. And then I'll just say I use absolutely no pedal except for the bottom. And when you use the pedal, you have to understand the nature of the piano, that the pedal cannot be pressed on the bass note. The pedal, when in the passages like this, have to be pressed on the highest note of whatever phrase you're saying. So that's what I'm saying. It's extremely hard to do here because the dampers on the piano, especially the further you go down into the piano, the slower the dampers work, just because of the nature of the string is bigger. So what I'm saying is the only way to do this is to have absolutely no pedal and to have an absolutely reactive damper with a pedal to absolutely catch it on the 5th of this. So, you know, I don't even like that either, because you got to study all the versions that Liszt wrote of the Transcendental Etudes. That's what I'm saying. I rarely use any pedal, and this is what I can't stand about any recording that uses pedal. This is the other hardest thing is this is the downbeat. So essentially this, you know, a lot of people, they want to play it where they feel the beat coming down on this C, and then they take a huge fucking pause and then they play this. But when you really, I mean, just count again. Play with a fucking metronome or listen to a MIDI. This is, that's the 2. So that's what I'm saying. This jump right here to get on beat, especially at the fast tempo, is extremely hard. And I'll just say these are the things that make and break the pieces. The things that I listen for, like, you know, I promise you, like, not even Yoon Chan Lim even really hits this probably like exactly in time. These are the things I don't like about recordings, you know, and just about all playings. And again, this is why I find it so difficult myself to express these pieces, because of these little things like this. These are all the technical burdens which I feel that just hold everybody down. To get that super clean, you know, and that's what I'm saying. You have to practice stuff like this, like. You know, people think that's crazy. I'll just say, like, that's why my music is impossible. Even if you can transcribe it, you're not going to have the technical ability to play it. For one, just to play it, and then 2, the endurance. Because again, my compositions are hours long. So, you know, there's so many little things. That just, I mean, that's just like the first note of the Transcendental Etudes. That's what I was saying. You guys, I watched the Yoon Chan Lim Transcendental Etudes with one of my cousins, the whole thing, and again, I know the Transcendental Etudes like better than the average person on the street. So, and I was just so many little things that I was just noticed. So many things I just couldn't pause the video enough and fast enough. I just had to just let it play and let all my thoughts just fleetingly go by, you know. But to give you an example, just those little things like this, just like I already have such an issue with how every single person plays this, okay? And then on the 3rd beat of the piece, you know, we're talking about literal the 1st beat, the 2nd beat. I don't have so much of an issue for, except that people just do not know how to understand to use the pedal, okay? So that's my comment for the 2nd beat of this piece. And now the third beat of the piece, my comment is this again. You know, and again, the pedal cannot be sogging this out and getting this big Claudia O'Rell sogginess. You know, that's what I can't stand about his recordings. You know, and so, you know, there's a lot of other things like this descending scale right here too. You know, again, you got to study what Liszt even wrote in there too, and he doesn't write the fingerings that everybody uses. And then again, you study this technical exercises book, and then you'll see the fingering that he uses. And then you gotta like put all this math together. It's like, and know what it is. It's like, I already know what it is I'm gonna tell you and talk about the fingerings, what it should be, even before. That's what I'm saying. So I know these pieces in and out. So what I'm saying is a descending chromatic scale based on a diminished chord with 10 notes. That's the keys, that it's 10 notes. Okay, and why is because you have 10 fingers. And so what I'm saying, this is the passage. Most people will just play it like that, or they'll play some iteration. I'm not saying all. I'll just say most. I'll just say Claudio Rao. I'll watch like all the greats videos. It's like I was like just so disappointed when they got to these passages that right here. So anyways, if you look at what Liszt wrote, he writes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's just two positions of this, and that's it's so much faster to play this. And if you study his book, and there's other people that show exercises, but it's essentially the most cramped positions that your hands can be in. And anyways, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why would you not use this fingering, you know? And it's just like, and that's how you get this passage so fast. That's what I'm saying. Nobody plays this chromatic scale fast enough, and it's because they're not using this fingering. Some people, I'll just say some people do, but like 80% of people don't. You can either hear it or you can see it that they're not using these fingerings. You know, so, I mean, those are just like little things about these pieces. So anyways, because everyone's all about, oh my God, it's so perfect and everything, and I mean, it's just, there's the beauty in the imperfection, so that's what I appreciate. Nothing's perfect, that's what I'm trying to say. So, because then once you accept that, once you have that, then you have all these people talking about perfect, and then comparisons and all this bullshit, and again, it's not about comparisons and stuff, and it's not about being perfect. And once you get that out of your mind, then you can really start appreciating different musics, different interpretational styles. I'm just talking about like different music in general. You know, the way people speak. You know, from extremely eloquent, you know, to British, to just all the little miniature dialects of English. It's the same thing with music. And if that shit turns you off, or like if I say shit and that turns you off, you know, I mean, these are the kind of things because that's going to turn you off. It's the same fucking thing. And so that's the whole nature of the art. And it's completely not about the language, because these same sounds that sound offensive in English mean completely different things in other languages. So it has nothing to do with the sounds except for the miseducation of individuals that don't recognize that different sounds have different meanings. The same sounds have different, like inharmonic notes. These are inharmonic sounds of the human language that people don't understand, and they get offended, you know? So, you know, these are just things about my music, about the interpretation and stuff that no one understands. They just want to criticize and complain. I'm just saying you have very closed ears, that's why. So, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Chopin competition already, but also about this book, which I've been clickbaiting with you guys about. And about this particular Polonaise Chopin piece that they're force feeding every single student to play. And again, most of these kids are students, you know, and I don't want to name any names because I do admire all of them, but when you go, I never did. One, I'll just say a lot of these, again, it's crazy. I think there's a difference between concert pianists and competition pianists, because a concert pianist is someone who is concertizing, you know, whatever it may be, accompanying, playing some of their own shit, or working with groups, you know, accompanying or playing solo with them. Versus a competition pianist is not, I mean, not to say that they aren't doing that, but what I'm saying, their main focus is to win a competition. And, you know, for a lot of good reasons for them, and again, there's different I forget which video I was watching. I'll just say, me personally, I just find them fascinating competition. I think they are necessary. You know, not for everybody. That's what I'm trying to say. But they are necessary for some people. So whatever. And anyways, again, it comes down to they are interesting, and they do give highlight to more than one individual. Especially you can see with this competition, which again, I will admittingly say that it is way bigger than the Van Cliburn ever was. And again, the production is A+. I want to say that every video I have watched of this show pan competition, again, not only is the video and the sound good, it's the video editors know what we want to see as a musician, and there's, I think, a great balance of the facial and far out presentation. They also got this really nice aerial view too. It's a really interesting camera view. So for the most part, I'll say the camera cuttings are better than Lang Lang, because I don't know about his newer videos, but like you watch his older DVDs, and the videos, I'm not joking, they cut like every 1 second will have 3 different cut scenes. And one of the specific one I'm talking about is his Lang Lang Plays List or whatever, and he's like, honest, I guess they made it so it would look like kind of like how List would want to be a superstar type of performance. But I get that. I have nothing against the playing and stuff. I'm specifically talking about the video work. It really hit the point where I was just like, I could not watch it. I could listen to it, but I just have to just turn off my monitor or just go in a different room, or or essentially just only, what I'm saying is only listen to it, because I wanted to throw up. They really needed to have like a Pokemon seizure warning before, like, that this is going to have not only flashing lights, but just constant, irrelevant, changing scenery. You know, this is reminding me, it's like as he's playing these pieces, not only are the angles changing literally like at least twice every second. I'm not lying. They're the only times that, like, there are no times when the camera angles. The guy had to be like way high on Adderall, I'm serious, on something when he was making this shit, and just thinking like, man, this cut is gonna sound so good. He's been up for like 68 hours straight just cutting this one fucking piece. It's only 5 minutes long. Okay, but he has this much digital footage from every fucking camera angle, and again, plus this 25% extra footage of irrelevant. The footage, it's like just of billboards and like subway streets with like graffiti that you've never heard, like non-offensive graffiti that you've never heard of, that's not real. And anyways, so not only are the cut scenes there, like as he's playing the piano, they actually have those same scenes being like portrayed onto the back screen of where he's playing the piano. And sorry, I forgot where this conversation is going, but I wanted to talk about that video, the cutscene. Oh yeah, so the Chopin competition. I'm enjoying it. I'll just say I'm definitely, admittingly enjoying it because of the production. Like, it is again top notch. It's over the top. You know, it's great. You know, plus they got all that in between stuff, which I think is great too. You know. Like, you know, the filler material, yeah, I listened to the girl. I don't want to make too many comments about it. I'll just say it was all impressive. I listened to a 16-year-old girl. I listened to Eric Liu's performance. I guess this was the interesting thing, is they had a poll in the live stream. And I never really gave it thought like this, but you know, after seeing this poll, it's like I've given it absolutely almost definitive consideration into what I'm going to do eventually. But they had the poll of which concerto do you like better, the E minor or F minor, and at least when I voted, there was more than 9,000 votes. Okay, and it was like 69% E minor, and so that kind of just like solidified. That's the one I want to learn to, you know, he wrote one of them first or whatever, so I forget which one, you gotta go look that up. But I thought that was quite interesting. And then after that, I went to go to see which concerto are the 11 finalists playing, and like I'm not joking, like 80% of them were playing E minor. Only it's like it felt like only 3 of them were, or 2 or 3 were playing the F minor concerto. So that that is, I'm just saying that's got to be interesting, because I'm just saying I can't do it. I mean, I enjoy some of it, but like, again, it's just like I did not have time to watch every single person all the way through. It's just I watch a little bit every day. And again, this Polonaise fantasy, I'm going to talk about it later. I'm going to keep clickbaiting it, because I don't know, either no one wants to comment about it or no one knows what I'm talking about, especially now since I'm showing you the book. I'm sure a lot of people know, but for example, that's why I like YouTube with these other comments and stuff. There's so much stuff that, like, Alan Walker, not his books and his writings are great. There's no comment about that. This is about adding to previous literature, just like you would add to any old encyclopedia. You're not for the most part, I guess you need to proofread stuff, but you're not changing any of the writings. If there becomes like a historical fact that comes to light later on, then yeah, you change that one little thing, but you're not changing any of like the 10,000 other words. Okay, so but the whole big thing about Czerny and the nature that Liszt in him and Beethoven, their dynamics, just not very many people understand those dynamics. And again, I'm not really going to talk about it now. I'll just say people think I'm fucking crazy, but then I start laying down facts, even to some concert pianists, and they're like, I didn't know that. And I'm like, yeah, because they don't talk about this stuff in the schools. And then if you do talk about it in the schools, they laugh and they joke, and then anyways, in my opinion, everybody who is not reading what I'm reading is left in confusion. Jeet Kune Do, Bruce Lee. So leave it like that. I hate to say it like some stupid cliche like winning, like some dumb Charlie Sheen thing, but that's what it becomes, especially online. That's what people are always talking about. I was recently watching, I want to talk about this too, but whatever. I respect the motherfucker's doing his thing. You gotta look this motherfucker up. This guy named Y-Eazy. I was just saying he's from Ohio. Okay, that's why I've become so. Anyways, his name is like W-Y-E-Z-Y, something like that, and he's got like tattoos all over his face, of course. Anyways, he just truly receiving a lot of hate and stuff, but again, I don't have any comment about it. I think it's artistic. I see that it's artistic. It's definitely not my thing, okay? I don't got any tattoos on my face, okay? I don't plan to at all. I don't speak like him at all or anything, but I'm just saying he's doing his thing, and that's whatever. That's what I'm trying to say. I have the open ear, and again, what I'm trying to say about English, he like invented his own dialect of English. I'm not joking. It's called like preschool. I did not go to preschool. White bonics. It's not ebonics. It'll be cock bonics. Not like cock, but Caucasian, so cock bonics, and that's something I don't hear any people throw around this word anymore. Okay, I don't know why, but I really think we should truly like incorporate this word back into the television mainstream vocabulary, because this is what it is, ebonics. That dialect of English. And it's in the Ebonics word is so umbrella. It's not just for like so what I'm saying is it transcends times. Unlike things now. I'll just say everything now can be rooted back to Ebonics. Even this Y-Eazy guy. That's what I'm trying to say. His dialect of English. So that's the word. Anyways, I'm saying you gotta look this guy up. And Um, I really want to talk about this book, but honestly, I want more people to be in the stream. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, why you got to repeat some dumb shit like Charlie Sheen or winning, or people think I'm fucking crazy every time I talk? It's because that's what fucking people do online. You know, on TikTok. I'm not gonna do shit where you repeat the same word like 80 times in a row, because that's what they're doing. I don't even know what the words are, but they just repeat them like 6 or 7 times in a row. But what I'm saying is like, just like daily prayer and stuff, this is like this execution of revolution of thought, you know, revolutionary author. Okay, my side is not a joke. Okay, that's like my thing. My channel is not a joke. Okay, that's like the dumb cliche. Okay, my channel is not a joke. Okay, that's like, again, the biggest offense. I don't care. You can hate everything I do. You know, say, oh, your interpretation sucks. It should have been faster. You know, more whatever, this, quieter there, less pedal, more pedal, and tune the piano, but better piano. If that's what I'm saying, people don't care. Like, I could release a recording that's perfectly fucking 100% note fucking perfect, and then someone's gonna complain about like my butt was sticking out too much, like Yuja Wang or something, or like, why did you wear that shirt? Why didn't you change your shirt? Why didn't you do this? And you're like, so that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't fucking care, because there's always gonna be somebody complaining about something. And that's what I'm saying. There's so many little mantras, but I guess I'm just gonna say it now. I'm gonna say this all the time. There's only 2 types of musicians, okay? And there's a musician who's jealous, and then there's a musician who wants to learn. So you have to ask yourself every single day, which type of musician are you? Are you the musician who wants to learn, or are you gonna just be a little jealous bitch? You know, and I'm just saying 90% of the motherfuckers you meet are just a little jealous bitch, sitting in their fucking room just like whacking their dick and getting all pissed off, and you know, for no fucking reason, because they fucking hate themselves and they hate their life. You know, that's fucking truth. So yeah. Anyways, I'm just saying all this stuff because like, just from what I've read, you know, and it's just like it's what I'm doing is just only being done by very, you know, I'll just say Marc-Andre Hamlin is obviously, you know, I not only post his shit, but for the most part he's going in the directions that when I read about like the stuff that I'm trying to do, that he's going in those similar directions. So that's all I'm trying to say. So I don't want to say nobody's doing it, but essentially nobody is doing it. You know, there's like zero musician in the world. Like, I hate to fucking, I don't want to even name people, but it's just like, yeah, the music's good and stuff, but all in all, it's like again, when I'm 70 years old, it's like, I don't want to be doing that. I don't want to be listening to that. This is going to be the last thing that's going to be like of the music creational part, you know. So now I'm going to save this book and come back to this book again about this Polonaise fantasy. Maybe someone knows and can chime in about this Polonaise fantasy and what's kind of interesting about it from this Saint Sion's book. Actually, I'll just say it's very interesting. And by the way, so like the action on my piano is like, it's off on every note, especially this F. You saw, like, I just keep tuning it, all the same notes keep going out. I've tuned this B flat like a billion times. It needs a bigger pin, or I gotta tighten it up somehow. It's very annoying. Stopping for today for a little bit. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be damp, but as far as active rain, there's no active rain. there's this video, this short I watched this morning, and it's Garrett Olson talking about the beginning of the Chopin Sonata 2, and I legit thought it was actually good information because I'll just say again, like, not that they don't give good information, it's just like half the time I feel like the information that they give is just, we already know that. So, anyways, but he dropped some gold is what I'm saying. I thought it was really very interesting about the beginning of this sonata. And I guess why I liked it is because it showed me that he explored a similar way that I would play it as well. And again, nothing is definitive, it's about speaking. so out of tune. Fuck this shit.
there I was, scrolling eBay.
When I saw this.
Still in the box. It's like the exact same one my mom wore.
This whole time it was right there on eBay.
So again, every contestant, Krakuli's playing right now. He's a guy I'm interested in. I think he's great, whatever. But you know, they're being force fed to play this Polonaise, which again, it's an okay piece. I'll just say it's an okay piece. But once you start reading into like the history and the real appreciation of the piece, it's like, why is this piece being force fed? It's like the third person on that passage right before this ending. Huge scale, which again I said everybody plays different. But it's like essentially get out of hand. I've never heard this dude get out of hand this whole competition except for this one moment. Maybe I've missed some other moments, but he's not the first person to get out of hand at that spot, is what I'm saying. This guy looks like he's like 40 years old. I think he's only 24. He's like more than 10 years younger than me. All I'm trying to say is it's interesting that people mess up this peculiar passage because it says that for whatever reason they feel a passion behind these passages to let control, which essentially I disagree with. This is the absolute most terrible moment to be letting go. It was already missed, the moment, is what I'm trying to say, within the composition, which I'm sorry to say is just not very good once you read into the history of it. Again, they're being force-fed to play this work. I mean, my big thing behind it, this is like another the greatest current example of like the indoctrination of certain types of music, and not only certain types of music, but pieces by certain composers that are now being indoctrinated to be force-fed into the finals like this. So, those are my thoughts, It sounds dumb, but I'm just saying a better piece, in my opinion, they should have made them all play the fourth scherzo. Is what should have been done. I'll watch this later.
For adults with obesity, Zepbound means change.
As I'm recording this, it's the 10th of October, which of course means that it's Christmas! Or at least it is as far as the shops are concerned, because they've started to stock their Christmas ranges. One of those shops is the rather posh department store, Fortnum and Mason in London. Apparently they were established just before 5:10. Inside here is a musical advent calendar, just something to take a quick look at. But the reason I picked this up is because it falls into a category of product which people quite often suggest that I do a review on, because I don't think they quite understand that the devices aren't exactly what they seem to be. This is one of those things. It looks like a device that plays little records. However, it's something a little bit different. Let's have a look. Now, whilst I bought this from Fortnum and Mason, it's not one of their own products. It comes from a company called Koppenrath from Germany. And you can see the German influence here because we've got 24 Christmas carols in 2 different languages, and on the back here, a lot of the carols are German, or at least the names are here. There's a couple that I recognise, O Tannenbaum, Winter Wonderland, God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, but there's quite a few in German now, which I'm sure I'll recognise the tunes once we hear them. But the idea with this thing is you put a little record on, there's 24 individual ones, so one for each day leading up to Christmas, for your traditional Advent period, and it'll play a different tune for each record, and you can record your own as well. And the fact it's got this gramophone style is what makes me think people are going to get in touch and suggest to have a look at this. So we might as well do that right now. We'll get into it. So here we go. It's just a little plastic novelty. We're not going to spend too long on this. I was more interested in talking about the technology that's involved here. As you can see, that isn't going to play an awful lot of sound through it. Okay, so each of these records is approximately 1 minute in length, or at least the audio for the record is. And then we've got 3 that we can record on ourselves, and those allow us up to 5 minutes each. Right, so I might as well pop this on just for decorative purposes, and we'll put a record on. I'm interested to see what this sounds like. Is it going to be like a musical Christmas card, or is it going to have better quality audio than that? Well, let's just push this across. There we go. Our record's rotating. Turn the volume up. Oh. Okay, well, it should be obvious to even the least observant of people that this device is not getting its audio from these discs. After all, they are just a piece of cardboard. So what's going on? Well, I fully anticipated when I bought this that it was going to be one of those devices where each of these has a little NFC tag in it, and when it's placed on the device, it's read by the device and it's told to play a specific piece of music from a digital music player. It just has to be a matter of having a number for each one and saying play track 16 put on it.
Boring.
So many choices on Booking.com, like this waterfront hotel, even he ain't.
On eating a meal while watching a YouTube video, I recommend you skip this one.
I'm eating right now.
Have you taken a look in your fridge recently? No, not just the front. What about the back? What about in the depths of those drawers or those faraway corners? If you haven't cleaned them in a while, you'll probably find mold. For most, this discovery will trigger a disgust response, a shudder of the spine, followed by a rapid impulse to dispose of the infected produce. Common molds are uninteresting. Visually, they consist of gray, green, white, or black patches that cover foods or surfaces when they've been left alone with enough moisture for too long. However, on occasion, people have stumbled upon molds that are downright threatening, like an alien disease hell-bent on finding its way into your body. When I look at these molds, I feel far more than simple disgust. I feel abject horror. Yet, paradoxically, there are some very visible molds we deliberately put in our food. Ever had this before? Yes, blue cheese. The iconic blue-green veins of this cheese are the mold Penicillium roqueforti, which we can eat because it does not produce mycotoxins that can hurt humans. Although most websites advise against feeding blue cheese to other animals like cats and dogs. The presence of safe mold also means that any undesirable molds and microbes will have to compete with the plentiful P. roqueforti. However, if left unsupervised for long enough, blue cheese can develop other molds that we did not specifically cultivate and therefore could be unsafe to eat. You'd be surprised at the versatility of blue cheese. Some inventive cheesemakers have allowed their mold to grow on the cheese's surface, like Sarah Springs' externally rinded Deja Blue. Even vegan blue cheese can be made by sprinkling some P. roqueforti into a blended cashew base. How exactly someone discovered the first blue cheese could be eaten is anyone's guess. But the legend goes, a shepherd, either desperate or curious, simply took a bite out of some moldy cheese forgotten in a cave and didn't get sick or die. After this, the mold was domesticated. Generally, mold isn't trying to kill you. It is simply eating food in the absence of a higher organism eating it. Specific firm fruits and vegetables with low moisture content, as well as hard cheeses, if infected with mold, can in fact be salvaged by cutting off 1 inch around and below the mold spot. Other molds that don't make the food unsafe to eat include surface mold on hard salami that only needs to be scrubbed off if desired. There is an edible corn fungus called huitlacoche, considered a delicacy in Mexican cuisine. To make brie and camembert, Penicillium camemberti, an albino mold, is introduced to their surfaces to produce their hard edible rinds. Cheese is such a bizarre food. It seems the only thing that separates eating random moldy food from the many ways of eating mold in human cuisine is control. When every step and every ingredient is deliberate, learned from generations of trial and error, practice and sacrifices, when the mold is identifiable, things are pretty safe. So what happens when things get out of control? They say all of us, including slime molds and fungi, descended from a common ancestor. But do you know the full story of your ancestors? Instead of biological hazards, you can explore the biological wonders of my heritage. My family has a picture on our kitchen island with several ancestors in it. Problem is, we don't have any idea who most of them are. That's where my heritage comes in. It can search through over 36 billion historical records, and all you need are a few names and dates, and it will start to fill in your family tree with better and even new information. Instant Discoveries is a way for new people to be added to your tree automatically. My great-great-great-grandfather, and with a click of a button, over 40 people were added to fill in my family tree. For those who want to get deep into research, census records, birth and death certificates, newspapers, and other family trees can all be explored. You can also message people and receive messages from people working on their family trees to collaborate on research. This helpful stranger discovered we could be distant cousins. Using my heritage, I'm even able to obtain photos of my ancestors and visually match their faces to the photo I have. I can then colorize and enhance these photos. Through their service, I was even able to find the faces of potential ancestors from the 1700s. If this kind of family sleuthing interests you, sign up for a 14-day free trial with the link below, or scan the QR code on screen and enjoy all my heritage has to offer. Thanks once again to My Heritage for sponsoring this video. There are likely millions of fridges in America that have small pockets of decaying food waiting to be unearthed. Each of them disgusting. But imagine, if you dare, an entire fridge filled with nothing but decay. For every human body stuffed into a fridge in fiction, there is no refrigerator that makes me shudder more than the Baker family's abandoned fridge from Resident Evil 7. It horrified me even more than the fridge with a head in it that shows up later in the same game. Unfortunately for us, unlike all the supernatural science fiction biological horrors and even mold monsters in the game, this fridge has plenty of analogs to reality. Of the more than 1 billion fridges in the world, a few are bound to be neglected and simple. And yet, there exists one man in this world whose fridge is so disgusting, so legendary, that his namesake derives nickname given to a 4chan user who, on one fateful day in 2015, began a series of posts documenting the biohazardous conditions he was living in. His fridge, of course, was the center of attention. Its contents so blackened, it was as if the decomposing food was trying to censor itself. And inside this fridge was a closed container of sour cream. This man's house is one of the most disgusting environments I have ever seen. It is the hellish cage of a deeply broken soul who has managed to survive for years until his apparent arrest, in what I can say without exaggeration is an unsafe home. And yet, whatever you can imagine is in this closed container of sour cream is probably worse than the reality, because he did post what it looks like inside. And it's bad, but not as bad as I thought it would be. Like every other type of horror, when it comes to food horror, it is the unknown that infests my every thought. We do not have all the footage that was taken of the Mejia supermarket cleanup. With much of the footage we do have, details of the rotting food are fuzzy. Consider that mercy. In July or August of 1999, Mejia Supermarket in Fort Worth, Texas, a 36,000 square foot grocery store, shut its doors. In September, the owners filed for bankruptcy. Even before this end, they didn't exactly run a tight ship. They received multiple health code violations and often had trouble making the payroll. So instead of taking the usual routes to get rid of all the food inside by either donating or throwing it away, they simply locked the doors and left. Over the next 60 to 90 days, meat, fruits, vegetables, and dairy products rotted. Some reports online say that the owners fled to Laos, but this did not occur. One official alleged that the owners had shut off the power when they left. By at least October 18th, the electricity was shut off by the company supplying it, allowing the produce to rot even more rapidly in the Texas heat. Fruits ripened and decayed, causing a chain reaction among other fruit. Fly eggs hatched, meat liquefied. The smell of rot attracted rats and insects who consumed this feast, allowing them to multiply. One worker reported that the population of flies inside was so dense that you could not see the hand at the end of your own arm. Soon, deadly gases had filled up the building. A city environmental management specialist detected low levels of oxygen inside. The reason why no one intervened earlier seems to be because of miscommunication and/or passing the buck between the building owners and the bank. Regardless of who was really to blame, the stench spread throughout the neighborhood, becoming so bad that one resident claimed she couldn't turn on her AC because it would attract the smell. One man claimed he got a headache every time he walked across a nearby street. A contractor company, A+ Budget Movers, was contacted to clean up the mess. But after one look inside, they determined they were not at all qualified to deal with something of this magnitude. The store was finally declared a health hazard, and after a thorough investigation, cleanup began. Starting on November 13th, the store was boarded up. Pesticides were used to kill a majority of the pests and bacteria. And finally, some brave heroes donned air-filtering masks, hazmat suits, and oxygen tanks, and soldiered into the store. Aisle by aisle, shelf by shelf, the beyond spoiled produce was picked up and thrown into bags, which were sealed away in bins. Before workers were allowed to exit, they needed to be decontaminated. One exterminator remarked that of all the infestations he had seen, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's about a 15. I've never seen anything like it. The environment was so toxic that even rats were dying from the bacteria. By November 30th, the building was fully sanitized, but officials reported smells still lingering into December. Recently, the Mejia supermarket incident has gained the reputation of being the Chernobyl of food spoilage. But for 10 years, it remained an obscure event, until some footage of the cleanup was aired in an episode of the TV series Life After People. This incident fascinates and frightens me, as it does many others, who express these feelings in their own special ways. It's a unique piece of horror content.
What?
Nobody died, unless you count the rats and insects and all all the animals that were slaughtered for their meat just so it could rot. No ghosts haunt the premises, except for maybe someone who was murdered in a robbery and an unrelated crime on the same location. Some claim, though I'm skeptical of this, you can still detect the smell from the building, which now is a Dollar General. The horror mostly comes from the massive waste and deadly nature of the decay. Food is a collection of energy, and the thing about a collection of energy in the wild is that it stabilizes very well. It is the same materials we use to preserve food that made the Mejia supermarket so nightmarish. Had the food been out in the open without any packaging, it would have simply been carried off by wildlife or turned into compost. When meat is wrapped in plastic, it is dissolved by bacteria. When milk is stored in plastic jugs, the extent of lactic acid and other gases cause them to explode. The only thing that may have been safe to eat in that store was the canned goods and jars of honey, if not for the fact the outsides of these containers were coated with deadly bacteria. As of 2019, there are over 100,000 food stores in the United States of various sizes, and certainly hundreds of thousands more globally. Each one of them is a potential hazard. In Canada, in 2021, Bavarian Meat Products, a 14,000 square foot butcher shop filled with meat, was closed, leaving all of it to rot for more than a year. For an additional 3 weeks, no one could legally get inside the building. Eventually, after the deputy mayor got local media involved to shame the property owners, an experienced cleanup crew was allowed to deal with the daunting mess. In Missouri in 2023, city inspectors discovered Seafood City's owner had left thousands of pounds of seafood rotting inside the building after being ordered to close due to improper refrigeration. Piles of seafood, famously smelly even when it's fresh, were left to rot for months and had to be removed by a biohazard cleanup team. It seems like incidents like these are happening everywhere all the time, some less dramatic than others. Each time this happens, it's easy to blame irresponsible ownership, but it seems miscommunication and red tape don't help either. What gets me is that the waste from all these stores never left Earth. It was not magically disintegrated. It was all hauled off to landfills, where it will decompose for decades, or not even decompose at all. In Edward Hume's Garbology, he describes the scene of a landfill excavation. After digging through mountains of plastic, dirt, and yellow newspaper, this crew of garbage archaeologists, headed by Professor Bill Rathje, stumbled upon a white ceramic bowl filled with a brown substance. When the crust was scraped away, a core of bright green was found underneath. It was guacamole. So entombed under thousands of pounds of trash that it stayed visually fresh, though probably not edible. Newspapers around it dated the avocado mash to be 25 years old. A well-maintained, airtight, and dry sanitary landfill is meant to contain trash rather than let it be absorbed by the environment. The result? Millions of tons of mummified trash. Meat, carrot tops, onion peels, all still intact. This means toxic juices are thankfully not leaching into water sources in the surrounding area, but it also means items you would think are biodegradable simply aren't degrading. Food scraps, mold, and rot are not horrifying at all in compost, where it's supposed to turn into soil. But when we design airtight containers around food and trash, where it doesn't even get the chance to decompose normally, something of an unnatural nightmare can be created. It's natural to feel disgust around decaying food, but that disgust used to be temporary. Rot was simply one step in a life cycle. Now, we're in a predicament where we find ourselves confronted by paused decomposition again and again, simply hiding what we cannot afford to properly return to the earth.
No thick and fluffy waffles for me, said no human ever.
Torque Smart Dispensers tell you when to refill and when to come back. Better hygiene, better business.
It's
time to rethink what a complete multivitamin can do. Like support you as you perfect a new trip. Taking Centrum Silver daily makes slow cognitive aging up to 60%. Rethink cognitive aging with Centrum.
Your dog will thrive on a raw protein diet. But of all the brands of raw protein dog food, which is the best of the best? That's a question that is both vital and essential.
Chevy Colorado and 430 pound-feet of standard torque. And nowhere to be but out there. Chevy trucks, dependability comes standard. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
I am reminded of a series of artworks by Kathleen Ryan. These sculptures consist of foam bases covered in glass beads and precious and semi-precious gemstones arranged in such a way to look like moldy fruit on a bar. While they may look fruit-sized in out-of-context photos, they are actually several times larger. They can get as tall as a standing toaster. Inspired by beaded Christmas fruit ornaments, looking up close at these sculptures is like looking at a weird sparkle thread. You can spend a long time picking out the shapes and colors of the various beads and stones that make up the whole. In a twist on expectations, the mass-produced glass beads are reserved for the fresh parts of the fruit, and the precious and semi-precious stones are used for the discolored moldy areas. Some rotting fruits even come with artificial flies. The work of Lisanne Dreiser continues this theme. She would begin by photographing traces of decay, and then interpreted those molds, moisture stains, fungi, and lichen into hand-tough wooden carpets. Until her sudden death in 2024, the growths and stains of this imperfect world were transformed into oddly shaped rugs, comforting blankets, and monumental wall decorations. Each work is so asymmetrical, and even includes negative space, forming these misshapen carpet donuts. These chaotic, organic forms are turned functional and beautiful through the lens of intelligent design. These two artists deal with crafting the softened illusion of biological danger. Another engages with the real thing. Daria Fedorova, aka Dr. Plessen, uses no illusions, and instead photographs various molds grown in petri dishes. She spent 7 years researching microcultures, learning how to develop and control them. Each dish is filled with a variety of pigments, debris, and starters, and then allowed to incubate for 3 to 4 weeks, until they are photographed and eventually thrown away. The contrast between the bright paints and the natural growths is both aesthetically interesting and highly unnerving. The close-ups of these molds trigger a visceral sensation in the depths of my lizard brain. Finally, Antony Gormley's bed, while not focused on rot, is disturbing in another way. Made out of over 8,000 slices of Mother's Pride bread, this bed of bread features cutouts, or rather bite-outs, of 2 human figures. Even imagining eating your own volume in bread is nauseating, but that's apparently what Gormley did to produce this work. After this, each slice was dried out and then dipped in paraffin wax before being stacked to produce the final sculpture. To think, this bed was created in 1980. After 45 years, I'm surprised the beyond stale, partially molded construction has not simply collapsed into dust. In fact, the bed once had to be fumigated after an infestation of Indian bookworm and put behind glass to protect viewers from breathing in the insecticide. Using halfway eaten slices of bread arranged to form the silhouettes of human figures was utilized elsewhere in the breadworks. These figures float and tumble, interrupting their two-dimensional bread grids with a lightness not present in these huge, one might even say wasteful, blocks of bread. This hole in the bed may not be made for me, as it is a cutout representation of Gormley's own body mirrored, but there's something about it that beckons me to lay on it, imagining a soft support. But upon closer inspection, the blackened and hardened slices make me reconsider. These eternally moldy fruits, rugs, bread slices, and petri dishes, on one hand, show a side of these important microbes we don't normally appreciate. On the other, they're a reminder of an omnipresent problem. The gentlest lesson I can learn from these artists is that there are unique textures and colors to be discovered in things we find repulsive, as long as someone is brave enough to dissect them. Everyone finds their food very personal, and even the inkling of something wrong with it can cause panic. The supply chains we rely on, with their thousands of steps, can lapse at any point. The horror of tainted food is more likely than any knife-wielding maniac, more realistic than any ghost, and more personal than any apocalyptic disaster. Food recalls are a constant. Salmonella, E. coli, pieces of wood and plastic are seemingly always being found in your favorite foods. Did you even stop to consider radioactive shrimp? To bring us back to Earth a bit, it's unlikely you're going to get food poisoning from food that was meant to be recalled. If you do get poisoned, it's more likely from food being inadequately prepared in your own home. So it's good to be cautious. But as this Rutgers article puts it, most people eat most foods on most days and don't get sick. You don't want to get trapped in your own mind. Let me tell you a food horror story. Once, several years ago, I ate some stew at a Chinese restaurant for dinner, but something about it tasted very strange, like a very strong, soapy mint flavor that tasted cold and spicy at the same time. It tasted so off to me that I thought to myself that someone must have poured some sort of detergent into it by accident, or hadn't washed the dish thoroughly enough to get rid of all the soap. I couldn't eat any more of it after a few spoonfuls, and once I got to the car, I experienced some of the worst stomach pain I had ever felt. It must have been food poisoning, I thought. I laid on my bed for several hours, clutching my stomach. But once night came, the pain had subsided, and I went to sleep. After this, for more than a year, every time I ate something, I would analyze it thoroughly. Yet every time I ate a meal, I would feel an awful pain in my stomach. I asked for advice from everyone. I got opinions from specialists. I got a scan done. Nothing showed up. Was it stomach ulcers? Thyroid issues? Cancer? Nothing seemed wrong with me, and nothing seemed to fix it. I frequently thought to myself, will I have to live the rest of my life like this? Eventually, I simply started cooking more for myself, and the memory of the event and the pain subsided. A few years after this, some friends ordered Chinese food for lunch. When I took a bite of the main dish, to my horror, I tasted the exact same thing that had caused me so much pain so many years ago. Although this time, there was no mystery about the ingredient causing the overpowering, minty, spicy taste. Every time I bit into a specific pepper in the dish, I tasted it. It was just a weird tasting pepper. This pepper, I believe. It's a strange thing to hold the objects that brought me to my lowest point in my own hand, stored in a plastic bag. This entire time, my own brain, my own anxiety about being poisoned had been the thing causing my suffering. Had I known that, it would have saved me a lot of pain. But at least I finally knew the truth. Mold, decay, is like a slow motion fire, consuming everything in its path until there's nothing left but ash. Everything is always trying to eat everything else. It's inevitable. It's annoying. Even when you die, you'll be eaten, although some try very hard to avoid this. In most modern burials, once a body is sealed in a casket, it's then sealed again in a grave box, a concrete box that supports the weight of the dirt and potential machinery above. Some burials incorporate even more durable materials, like rust-proof bronze and ABS liners. Wilbert Funeral Services website proclaims, Wilbert's premium burial vaults provide excellent durability with superior, long-lasting protection against subsoil elements and the weight of heavy cemetery maintenance equipment. The Wilbert Bronze, registered trademark, provides ultimate triple reinforced protection. Inside these bomb shelters for the dead, even an embalmed body will eventually start breaking down again. As Alan Weissman puts it in his book, The World Without Us, bacteria left in the intestinal tract are soon aided by natural enzymes that become active as a dead body's pH changes. The body's enzymes will have liquefied whatever tissues bacteria didn't eat, mixing the results for a few decades with the acidic stew of embalming juices. And in the grossest sentence of the entire book, he concludes that after being sealed, eventually, all that remains of us will be a few inches of human soup. Throughout your whole life, you have been a collection of nutrient-rich particles, constantly shedding old ones and absorbing new ones. As old cells die, new cells replace them. As you eat plants and animals, demodex and dust mites eat your dead skin. Even if you are cremated, the resulting carbon dioxide will be absorbed by phytoplankton and plants. Some people have opted for green burials, which forego embalming and solely consist of being placed in a biodegradable casket or no casket at all, giving their nutrients back to the earth without a fight. There was a poem called Brain Bugs by Jesse B. that starts with this. And when I am 6 feet underground, with the bugs eating my brain, they will get visions of you. They will smell what you smell like, and they will hear the way you called out my name. They will experience unimaginable wonders as they feast on the very corners of my brain. You may find this somewhat cheesy, but does it have any basis in reality? Although decomposition begins almost immediately after death, it's possible to imagine that information could be retrieved from a corpse using some far outside biotechnology to reorganize molecules in precisely the correct way to form your brain once again. If you had the ability to trace the paths of molecules of your nerve cells, even as they decayed and were eaten by bugs and bacteria broke them down further, and if you had a way of reading those cells through an artificial brain, I see no reason why you couldn't essentially retrieve any information or any memory. Death as complete destruction never felt right to me, not because I cannot experience non-existence, but because there is no complete destruction. Even when you become a decomposing body, you will just continue to be a collection of particles moving to other places in the world. Because energy cannot be destroyed, that information of you will, in some sense, exist and influence things, even if it has been relentlessly scattered and reformed in different ways a million times over. All life contains reordered matter of the disorder. The disorder are in the air, the ground, and in the trillions of cells and bacteria that make you, this collection of particles, moving time. Even if bugs can't experience your memories as they eat them, they'll appreciate the meal anyway. So rejoice. Yes, you'll die. But then you'll be eaten. Thanks to all Patreon supporters and all the contributors once again for seeing this project through. A reminder, if family sleuthing interests you, sign up for 14-day free trial at the link below or scan the QR code on screen and enjoy all my heritage has to offer.
Steak. What in nuggets? Come on.
You sure? You tend to exaggerate.
You're turning 65 soon? You should really call and ask them yourself.
Thank you for calling out now.
Do you really have Medicare plans that cover dental, vision, and hearing?
Yes, all three. Plus, we have plans that include a monthly allowance for certain over-the-counter products.
Really?
That's right. Aetna also has Medicare Advantage plans with a $0 monthly plan premium.
Oh, I like that.
Turning 65? Call 1-844-514-3523 to find an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan that meets your unique needs.
The average American eats 40 pounds of it a year, driving a $16 billion global industry.
Whether it's pumped onto our movie nachos, whether we're spraying it out of an aerosolized can, it's something we all know and love.
American cheese.
American cheese. It is cheese for most kids when they're growing up.
Today, we eat processed cheese on everything from burgers to macaroni. But at the dawn of the 20th century, it doesn't exist. Now, a visionary entrepreneur will forge a $134 billion empire by reinventing a product that hasn't changed in thousands of years.
You had someone say, yes, it's existed for millennia, but I can make it better.
His bold innovation will put him on a collision course with an unlikely rival.
I did everything I could to keep the company afloat. I have a better plan.
As one of the biggest breweries in America sets its sights on craft's crown.
Perhaps, as in a Pabst beer, not anymore apparently.
Igniting an all-out battle for dairy dominance. This is American cheese. It's the early 1900s, and more Americans than ever are working long hours in physically demanding factory jobs, with less time to cook their own meals.
Today, our biggest problem is we eat too much and are fat. 100 years ago, people actually worked. They were physically active. They needed the calories. They needed the energy.
Many Americans turn to dairy products. They're packed with nutrition and cheaper and easier to find than any other staple like bread and eggs.
Dairy could provide the calories, could provide protein, could also provide sustenance for people to work in some of the toughest jobs in America.
But at the time, most food is prone to spoilage, full of dangerous chemicals, or both, and dairy is particularly susceptible.
In urban America,
in. Gustav's strategy is the most aggressive in company history, and he doesn't know it yet. But it will send Pabst on a collision course with James Kraft. It's 1910, and across the United States, mass-produced national brands like Nabisco, Coca-Cola, and Campbell's are replacing regional products.
We sometimes take for granted today that cornflakes in New York are the same as cornflakes in California. That was absolutely novel in the early 20th century. That Heinz 57 is going to mean the same thing no matter where you are.
In Chicago, James Kraft dreams of creating a brand of his own, selling labeled, pre-packaged cheese. He's been going door to door with horse and buggy, and the system is as inefficient as it is exhausting.
So for $1.50 a day, he rented a horse and a wagon. The horse was called Patty, so I don't know if you call the wagon Patty wagon or not. And he's working away.
To help carry the load, Kraft enlists the help of his younger brother, Norman.
You know, Mom told me to ask you if you could date her, but of course you did. But of course I'm not. She's already molded. I thought you said the drugs were supposed to help. They do, but only by a few days.
During this time while he is selling cheese, James Kraft is also victim to the same slings and arrows of outrageous fortune that every cheesemaker is. His cheese is falling victim to spoilage, contamination, mold, bacteria, and so on.
But I want this time we'll replace it. Wait, so you're telling me that this is actually an improvement? There's gotta be a better way to package it. Maybe. But even if there were, as soon as the customer opens, the clock is ticking. What we really need is a way to make cheese that lasts longer. Sure. After doing it the same way for 2,000 years. It's a brilliant idea.
For centuries, cheese has been made by using acid to separate milk into curds and whey, then pressing the curds. The most common acid used is rennet, an enzyme found in the stomach of some animals.
Experts argue that the roots of cheese actually are in ancient Egypt. The belief is that a Bedouin had put milk into his sort of wine skin that had been treated with rennet to cure the skin. And supposedly, the jostling of the camel, the rennet, the milk, and the heat created the first cottage cheese.
James Kraft realizes that if he can reinvent the process, he can make a fortune.
You're talking about cheese, something that has existed almost since the dawn of man on Earth. And then a man in early 20th century Chicago decides to take this ancient food stuff and says, I can do it better.
In a bold move, Kraft decides to bet everything on a new kind of cheese that he has no idea how to make. In Milwaukee, Gustav Pabst has invested the modern equivalent of $28 million into modernizing Pabst's operations.
Electrification made it so that people could work and produce whatever product was coming out of the factory around the clock. They could start before the sun rose and they could conclude well after the sunset.
And by 1940, production is higher than it's ever been.
Gentlemen, we're producing 8.5 million pints each year, which more than covers the installation of the automatic bottle washers for glass corners. If sales stay steady, profits should be at an all-time high.
And if they don't,
Let's stop dancing around it. Everyone in this room is aware of the move towards prohibition.
Stress study records and describes how the normal variable rates of sunset when it's 1 You need
10 years ago. Progresso has offered a decade of research, a decade of partnership, and a decade of commitment to patients. Learn more about Progresso.
Mod Max makes the move to remove and change for your style. Mix and match pieces to feel fresh, feel sectional, and rearrange to make the most of every get-together. Discover endless flexibility. Shop Mod Max only at Ashley.
We're looking for
decided we're not selling the company off spare parts. I have a better plan. We're going to pivot.
Fred now has all of this milk at the farm from his high-producing cows, and he starts thinking, surprisingly, the Pabst Brewing Company complex was kind of built for cheese as well. The stock houses that once aged beer now were aging cheese.
Instead of brewing and pasteurizing beer, Pabst turns its massive resources to making and pasteurizing cheese.
It's very difficult to pivot, but I would say the companies that are more successful have been able to see what other complementary products into the marketplace, leverage their technology, their manufacturing facilities.
Pabst Brewing Company had a national network for distribution that was well tuned over several generations. Fred chose processed cheese because it could be transported easily by rail across the country.
Pabst perfects a recipe for his own canned processed cheese and calls it Pabstet.
Pabstet was in the same orange color, still pasteurized, still processed, that came in a crock, but it was meant to be a processed cheese spread specifically.
Pabstet proves to be extremely popular right from the start. They even create a whole array of cookbooks to show the cooking of the household different ways that Pabstet can be utilized, literally from, as they said, from morning to midnight.
In its first year, sales of Pabstet increased the company's gross profit to $1.5 million, or $22 million today. By 1930, Pabstet sells 8 million pounds of cheese, raising the company from the ashes and taking a huge chunk out of Kraft's market share.
Pabst, as in Pabst beer.
Not anymore, apparently.
When you have a legal patent, you have the right to practice something, and you have the right to prevent anyone else from doing it. You have this competitive product, Pabst, and the products are so similar to each other, it really is a knockoff of Kraft. So James Kraft immediately went after it.
Kraft launches a legal assault on Pabst, claiming they're in violation of his patent.
He's operating from a place of indignation. How dare these upstarts who don't even have a background in cheese like he did, make a foray into cheese and then actually create a processed cheese in the Midwest though. So it put these two at massive, massive loggerheads.
James Kraft had an issued patent to be able to control the manufacture of processed cheese, and if you didn't pay licensing fees to him, you were not going to get to use that process.
The future of the Pabst Brewing Company is now in the hands of James Kraft.
Kraft was smart enough to realize, I've caught you, I have a legal right to shut you down. He was also a negotiator.
I propose you keep making your past step. The Kraft name on the label, and pay us a modest royalty. I'm offering you a lifetime. I suggest you take it.
He could have gone and shut him down till you're done. You lose all your money, you're done. But he realized he's going to make more money if he partners with them, makes them pay a licensing fee, and then they share in the revenue from continuing to manufacture at that plant.
Pabst and Kraft come up with a royalty agreements that Pabst will pay Kraft 1/8 of a cent per pound for every pound of Pabst that is.
With the end of Prohibition in 1933, the Pabsts go back to the business that built their name, brewing beer, and they formally sell their cheese operation to Kraft.
So when all was said and done, and beer was once again being produced and shipped out of the Pabst Brewing Company for the first time in almost a decade and a half, Fred Jr. was heralded as the person who did it. He was the one who was able to pull the Pabst name through all those dark years of Prohibition, so Pabst could once again brew beer.
Today, Pabst is worth nearly $1 billion.
Pabst Blue Ribbon, it is part of American culture. Had it not been for Pabst as processed cheese product, I doubt that Pabst Blue Ribbon would be brewed today.
James Kraft goes on to serve as company president until his death in 1956, leaving a legacy of relentless innovation. In 1937, embracing America's thirst for convenience, Kraft Dinner hits the market. We know it today as Kraft Macaroni and Cheese. And in 1949, he invents the groundbreaking, individually wrapped Kraft Single, both of which continue to dominate American diets to this day.
For me, Kraft cheese was probably the only cheese I knew. Kraft singles was always in my refrigerator, and Kraft macaroni and cheese. My mother made that, at least twice a week. It wasn't until I became an adult and had a chance to travel the world and come across exotic cheese. I didn't know there was any other cheese besides Kraft.
Today, Americans consume an average of 40 pounds of cheese per year, and Kraft is a $40 billion global corporation.
Because of the size of the company, the scope of their innovations, and all of the mergers that they have embarked upon, I think you'd be hard-pressed to open your fridge at home and know I would and not find a Kraft product. I still think this makes arguably the best grilled cheese on the planet. Every kid that's ever had singles, you know how to unwrap these crazy things like Reaper Field scooping an M16. You're like, okay, if I do this, I pull it this way, and it always sucked. You pull it off, and this little one cheese came off. We just had to get deep down into the cheese envelope to get it out. But yeah, I used to love as a kid. We would like take it, then fold it, then pull it, fold it. When you eat it, it's a cheese plate, and it takes me right back. It's so much fun. So fun.
So these
product. The ability to go from one end of the nation to the next and to have familiar products. It helped create a national economy and a new national identity.
Mass production has turned products like Campbell's Soup, Coca-Cola, into some of the first national brands. But one industry is still lagging behind, only operating on a local level with products that are deemed untrustworthy. Baked goods.
The bakery businesses were small. There was always a problem with freshness. Maybe you made wonderful bread. How do you get it to your consumers outside of the sort of a walking radius and make sure that it's still in good condition? If you're sending it out by something that's pulled by a horse, the whole system is set up for something that traditionally has to be nearby you.
One of the most popular baked products of the day is the biscuit. For centuries, people have relied on them as a cheap, dependable source of calories.
When you say biscuit, that refers to what we call crackers today. The biscuit itself is one of the oldest food forms that mankind ever created. There's actually evidence that it was created as early as 1100.
A cracker is a savory biscuit. It's thin usually and has a lot of crunch to it. And for people who are working, they could have it whenever they wanted. That didn't have a luxurious price tag.
Bakeries at the time would be unrecognizable today, carrying only basic staples like loaves of bread and soda crackers. Sweet confections, such as cookies and cakes, are an unknown luxury to most, reserved exclusively for the wealthy. One local operation is run by brothers Jacob and Joseph Luce, who have invested their life savings in their small, family-run bakery.
It's almost there.
Jacob and Joseph Luce seemed to approach the biscuit business with a greater degree of heart. They had great recipes, they had great ideas.
Come on, guys, let's get this stuff loaded.
Jacob Luce got into the baking business on his own, and this proved to be a field that he enjoyed working in and that he saw room for growth. Joseph was just a partner and less of
speak about the baking industry. I wish I could help you. I really do.
But we're not looking for a baker. All we need you to do is serve as an intermediary, acting as an innocent party on our behalf.
The Blues Brothers wanted him to oversee this merger of all these bakeries and to bring them together and, you know, make sure they were doing everything in a above par way.
I think we understand each other. I don't draw up paperwork and speak to the bakery owner, see if they didn't want to.
And I assume you'll want the title of president. And my brother gets to sit on the board. I want that to be clear.
Cool.
You'll stay on as legal advisor and general counsel if that works for you.
That is very much appreciated.
Acting as the Luce brothers' representative, Adolphus Green crisscrosses the Midwest to convince rival bakeries to join together.
One of the things we see in the 19th century is that bakers really don't want competition. It's a fragile economy for them. And being a small mom and pop bakery, they don't have a way to reach a wider audience.
Pleasure doing that.
Green manages to convince over 40 independent bakeries of the benefits of joining forces. And in 1890, with Jacob Luce at the helm, the American Biscuit Company is born.
It's a pleasure.
American Biscuit Company both levels the playing field and quite literally eliminates the competition. It was just revolutionary.
When American Biscuit was formed, it immediately became the largest baking company in America.
The American Biscuit Company's profits begin to skyrocket. Inspired by the Luce brothers' success, soon 38 bakeries form a rival conglomerate in the South, and an additional 23 bakeries form another on the East Coast. Both are now immediate threats to the American Biscuit Company.
There it is.
Now, these three major companies are all trying to outsell each other and undersell each other. And so you're getting this incredible market saturation of very cheap crackers. Local bakers were calling the biscuit wars.
The bitter competition causes cracker prices to crater by 40% industry-wide, bringing the American Biscuit Company to the brink of collapse.
Jacob Luce became very ill and stepped down from his position at the bakery. We don't know what the illness is.
everyone in this room will retain a seat on the board of directors. As chairman, I nominate myself. It was my idea. Let's vote by show of hands. All those in favor? Let the record show the board unanimous.
When the ink dried, Joseph Luce on the board of directors, and quickly lost out to Adolphus Green in this vindictive way. So this is where he is no longer a major player in the company.
With his power grab complete, in 1898, Adolphus Green becomes chairman of Nabisco, the first national conglomerate of bakeries in the United States. The lawyer with no experience in baking now controls hundreds of bakeries in every region of the country. And all Joseph Luce can do is watch.
You can't do this.
Delicious taste of Anchorage smoked sausage is ready in minutes. Anchorage sausage that takes you home.
Every day, nature made. Greens are here for you every day.
It is all about the power of choice. With more electrified hybrid choices and more all-wheel drive choices than any other brand. Now you can take advantage of limited time offers on your favorite new Toyotas. Toyota, let's go places.
To this waterfront hotel on Booking.com, even Yankees fans are loving Boston.
Oh, no, we're keeping tabs on our right.
So many choices, you can be a fan of any U.S. city. Booking.com, Booking.yeah. Okay.
Stop forcing ads for your forklifts on financiers. Start marketing to the right people by targeting industries and functions on LinkedIn ads.
It became a devastating blow. Blues Brothers, they went up against the Giants and they backed down. But didn't really have a lot of options.
To do for baking what Heinz did for ketchup, Adolphus Green's first act as head of Nabisco is to find a flagship product to launch from coast to coast.
Adolphus Green, he was a businessman first, as opposed to really thinking of it as a bakery. He wanted to bring baking into the modern era, the mechanized era, the industrialized era.
Green chooses a simple cracker, one with an established regional appeal.
Green took this basic soda cracker that was nothing special necessarily. That was definitely the type of cracker that was left to like bulk purchasing. And so Nabisco took this lowest common denominator, the soda cracker, to be absolutely everywhere in everyone's home. And that was something that no one had seen before.
Adolphus Green immediately orders 2/3 of Nabisco's bakeries to convert operations, betting his company's future on a simple cracker whose crunch he thinks will redefine Americans' idea of freshness.
The saltine, we all know what it's going to taste like. It was something that your great-grandma, your grandma, your parents, and I think anyone that has ever eaten soup on a cold day or had maybe a bit of a tummy ache, the saltine was, God loves us and wanted us to be happy.
But there's never been a nationally produced cracker before. To be the first, Green has to solve what no one else has been able to. The breakage and spoilage problem when shipped.
Remember, we're talking about an era when nigh impossible. Back in the day, crackers were quite literally sold out of a cracker barrel.
So when we say getting something from the bottom of the barrel, there's a reason why that saying is still used today. It really meant the worst stuff you can imagine. Bugs will get in the food if you keep it too long in a barrel. Little maggots come out.
At a time when wrapping baked goods in anything other than paper is still unheard of, Green makes a huge investment to design a sturdy, stackable, moisture-resistant package that will keep crackers fresh and intact from factory to consumer.
What is it?
I found a way to line the cardboard with wax paper. It's just a prototype.
In 1898, Green patents the groundbreaking innovation and names it the inner seal. By folding the wax into the cardboard to lock out air and wick away moisture, the inner seal changes the way food in America is sold, paving the way for a new class of grocery items called packaged goods.
The inner seal was a revolution. It was ahead of its time. I think that it really shows how just one simple innovation can change the food landscape forever.
Nabisco is now armed with everything they need to become the first national baking brand. While Jacob battled sickness, the fate of the Luce brothers' stake in Nabisco rests squarely on Joseph Luce's shoulders. And he's slowly losing a power struggle to Adolphus Green.
The Luce brothers are no longer a major player in this industry.
Meanwhile, Green bets everything on the inner seal packaging that will allow Nabisco's saltines to be sold on a national level by ordering 2 million units. Now he needs a logo that will represent his vision for every Nabisco product. In a medieval design, he finds the perfect eye-catching symbol to represent every future Nabisco product.
The Nabisco logo, which is called the Nabisco thing, it's taken from a Venetian printer symbol. And somehow this is supposed
Dutch come to New York, they bring the word cookie. Prior to that, in America, they're often called sweet cakes. Really, they are not what we eat every day, unless you're in a very wealthy household.
They try several recipes to find one they can mass produce into a product that is both affordable and delicious.
Nothing special. Bland. What else we have?
The entrepreneurs have an idea, they have a passion for something, and they want to take a risk, financial and personal risk, to be able to develop that idea into product. I think it's a human instinct that really drives everyone to be independent, to be able to leverage their skills and aspirations.
Right. But so far, the brothers are coming up empty.
So here is the Loose brothers pinching pennies, struggling, scrimping, saving, and then puts it all down and goes all in on a leap of faith. They took the big risk to change the game.
If successful, the Loose Brothers' coming creation will blow open the idea of the cookie in America forever and put them on a collision course with Nabisco. After being ousted from Nabisco, the Loose Brothers are on a mission to exact revenge on Adolphus Green by launching a groundbreaking national cookie. But after multiple failed attempts, the brothers see an opportunity to take advantage of a hot new trend sweeping the country: chocolate.
Chocolate originates in America. It's from Central America. It is delicious, but it is so expensive that it was really only available to the elite. And it was Hershey who creates the everyday chocolate bar that was affordable. So this is going to make chocolate an American product and help really develop that taste in this country for chocolate bars.
Still nearly 40 years before the chocolate chip cookie will be popularized, the Loose Brothers believe that they can incorporate milk chocolate into their recipe. They could revolutionize the cookie in America. They use cocoa to create a sweet version of a cracker.
They really increase the amount of cocoa powder in the dough, and that changes everything in terms of flavor and the texture.
Sure.
Unsatisfied with just a sweet chocolate version of a biscuit, the brothers draw inspiration from a centuries-old food that has never been thought of for cookies: the sandwich. To create their sweet take on a meal as old as the Middle Ages, they add a decadent layer of vanilla cream and top it off with a second chocolate cookie.
There it is.
And in 1908, the sandwich cookie is born.
It's a huge moment. The creation is representative of the sort of tinkering that was happening across America, especially where you wanted to create something that was your signature, that looked different and seemed different. That's sort of what we strive for as an American idea.
But before the fledgling Sunshine Biscuit Company can launch their new creation nationally, they will need to build an infrastructure fit to produce it for the masses.
looks really good. Same thing as you designed? Yes.
To fuel his company's unprecedented growth, Adolphus Green invests $20 million in a state-of-the-art new factory in New York City, making it the biggest, most efficient baking operation in the country.
The Nabisco factory in Chelsea had everything that was modern. They had train tracks coming right up to their factory. It's just a great example of how high-tech
just the Oreo. Accompanied by an aggressive ad campaign. And it takes the country by storm.
The one and only Oreo. And it's incredible because this cookie that predates the First World War and the Great Depression that's now gone on to have marketing campaigns with everyone from Wiz Khalifa to Christina Aguilera is virtually unchanged. It's really amazing.
Within a year, the Oreo is outselling the Hydrox.
The Luce brothers were so incensed to think that Hershey contributed to the Oreo, making them even more delicious, even more fudgy and rich than the Hydrox, kind of makes the Oreo the great 1-2 punch of American food innovation.
While Sunshine Biscuit Company's Hydrox remains on store shelves for nearly 100 years, the original sandwich cookie never regains the lead from Nabisco's Oreos.
In fact, to this day, if you ask people which came first, the Hydrox or the Oreo, number one, I don't know if a lot of people might know what the Hydrox is, but on top of that, the Oreo has become so iconic of our experiences going shopping in the cookie aisle that people would think the Oreo is, of course, the one that came first.
Over the next century and beyond, the cookie and cracker market explodes.
The market was